Hello everyone and welcome to the Android app development course for beginners. I'm Mohsen, I'm a native Android developer. In this video, I will show you how to create small applications to get knowledge about Android app development. And at the end of the course, you should be able to create single thread applications. Be with me in the course to show you how to do this. Let's go. Let me show you what we will cover in this course. First of all, in the introduction part, I will tell you what is the meaning of native app development and the cross-platform app development. Then we will compare these two and you can make the decision if you want to be a native Android app developer or the cross-platform app developer. Then we will talk about the programming languages. In the second part, I will tell you about the Android Studio platform. How to install the Android Studio, how to build your project inside it, different parts of the project and the Android Studio itself. In the next part, I will tell you about the emulator, the virtual machine and the real device to test your applications on it. The next part will be about the activity. What is the meaning of activity and what is the life cycle of an activity. The fifth part belongs to the widgets and the components of the Android apps. That means the different parts, the different objects and features that you should use together to create an application. And I will teach you them one by one and I will show you how to use them. Then I will teach you how to use the constraint layout and the linear layout to build the applications. And finally, we will create two apps like the picture gallery and the media player. If you cover the whole course and the different parts of the course, you will be able to create these two applications by yourself. But I will help you, and if you have any question about this, you can write in the comment box below and I will be so happy to answer to your questions. If you don't want to watch the first part, which is the introduction, you can go to the timestamp in the description below and start from the widget parts. If you are ready, let's get started. There are two main methods for Android app development: native app development and cross-platform app development. Let's see what is the differences between these two. I will start with native app development. Native app development refers to building a mobile app exclusively for a single platform. The app is built with programming languages and tools that are specific to a single platform. For example, you can develop a native Android app with Java or Kotlin, and you can choose Swift or Objective-C for iOS apps. But cross-platform development points to the process of creating an app that can work on several platforms. This is done by using tools like React Native, Xamarin, and Flutter, where the created app can be deployed on both Android and iOS devices. In a simple word, if you want to have access to both Android and iOS market by creating native apps, you have to build two completely separated applications and upload one of them in iOS market and the other one in the Android market. But if you are using cross-app development, by creating one app, you can upload it in both markets and it can be deployed and installed on both Android and iOS devices. Let's get more to the details. Pros and cons of native app development. First of all, board functionality. That means you'll have access to every API and tool provided by the platform that you are working on. Technically, there are no limits on how the programmers could work with the new app. You may ask, what is an API? API means Application Programming Interface. Let me give you an example. Consider you want to build an application like Uber. These kind of applications are using map. Do you think you have to draw map by yourself, all of the maps? No way. The company of Google is providing an API named Google API, which is contain all of the maps and all of the facilities that you need to use the map. And you can use it easily to have the map and all of its functions on your application. Better restore support. A native app is easier to be published and usually ranked higher on the platforms because it delivers better performance and speed. Increase scalability. Apps built for native environments also tend to be more scalable thanks to the flexibility in resources and the array of tools available. High performance and great UX. The direct interaction between the code and the underlying resources results in a higher performance. Also, native apps generally have a better UX. But native app development has some cons as well. First of all, it is costly. As I mentioned, if you want to have access to both markets, you have to build two applications. So at least you need a duplicated budget. And time consuming. This is also clear. When you have to build two separated applications, you have to spend duplicated time on the applications as well. Now let's check out cross-platform app development. First of all, it's less costly because you have to build one application only. And faster development, single code base, as I explained it before. By writing a single code base, you can have two applications for both markets. But you will have a slower app. The need for an additional abstraction layer and rendering process makes the cross-platform app slower than its native counterpart. And you have limited functionality. Developers may have difficulty accessing smartphone functionalities like the microphone, camera, and geolocation. Limited UX. Cross-platform apps are unable to take advantage of native UX components. Okay, now let's see what you should consider before choosing which one you want to use. First of all, application complexity. If you are building an app that's just displaying information fetched from the network, cross-platform development will be a good choice for you. Consider you have a website and you want to create an application based on that website that is supposed to take the data from the website and only display it on the screen of the mobile phone. You can use cross-platform app development. But in the same case, if you want to make a native application, you have to rebuild the whole website on the mobile. The second thing that you have to care about it is the cost. And next, the deployment time. So I'm gonna explain these two together. If you don't have any limit in the budget and the time, you can use native app development. But if you want to build a simple application and you have limited budget at time, it's better to choose cross-platform app development. And the last thing that you have to care about it is UI UX. If you want an application with a great UI UX, you have to build a native app. If you want a simple designed application, you can use cross-platform app development. Let me sum up this topic and go to the next part. To sum up, if you want full access to all of the phone resources and services, if you want to build the most responsive application, you want to use the full advantage of the mobile phone's hardware, and you want to build an app that can be easily updated in the future, you have to choose native app development. And if you are ready to accept a less responsive app, and by knowing the application does not involve complex animation nor deal with complicated logic, and also by knowing that you have a short window to test an idea in the app market, you can use cross-platform app development. In this course, I will teach you how to use native app development and how to build native applications. Now let's check out programming languages. Every application that we are using has two main parts. The first part is the user interface, which is the thing that the user is seeing and working with it, and contains some widgets and everything. In the Android applications, in the native apps, we are using XML language to design this part. And the second part of the application is the core codes. To write the codes that are the connection between the layout and the hardware of the phone, we can use Java and Kotlin languages. You can use some other languages, but I'm not gonna talk about them in this course. The first applications that were built for Android devices were created by Java. Java is one of the most powerful languages that you can use to create the applications. It's very strong, but it's a bit hard. But the JetBrains company in July 2011 started the Kotlin project, and on February 2016 the Kotlin was released officially. And finally the first Android application created by Kotlin language was released on 2017, and on 2019, Google announced that the Kotlin programming language is now its preferred language for Android app developers. Kotlin is an open source, statically typed programming language that supports both object-oriented and functional programming. Kotlin provides similar syntax and concepts from other languages, including C#, Java, and Scala, among many others. Kotlin is officially supported by Google for Android development. So Kotlin is as strong as Java, and is very powerful, and in my opinion is easier than Java. So in this course I'm gonna teach you Kotlin language. Hello again and welcome. In this video I'm going to talk about the programming environment. No matter for which purpose we are writing the code, At the beginning, we need a platform to write and check the codes inside it. We call this platform IDE, which means Integrated Development Environment. So let's see what are the duties of an IDE. An IDE should provide us a file to write the codes inside it. Then an autofill editor. What is it? Let's say an option to help us to finish the syntaxes, because none of the developers can memorize the whole syntaxes of a language, and during writing the codes we need help. So by writing one or two characters of a syntax, some suggestions will appear on the screen and we can choose one of them to finish the syntax. And the last duty is having something like compiler to check the spell and everything in the code, and at the end check the whole syntax and gives us the output of the code. The idea of Android Studio is based on the IntelliJ idea, which is an IDE for Java developers. It's published by JetBrains company, and it is available for Windows and Mac OS and Linux as well. In addition, since that we have Kotlin language, the Kotlin developers can use this IDE to write and check their codes in Kotlin language inside this IDE as well. The main idea of Android Studio is taken from IntelliJ idea, and they added some more features to this IDE and built Android Studio IDE for us to build Android applications. Now let's talk about the Android Studio itself. Android Studio was announced on May 2013 at the Google I/O conference. The first stable version of it released in December 2014 and starting from version number 1. As I said, it's based on IntelliJ idea, the community version, and it's available for free under Apache license. It's available for Windows, Mac OS and Linux as well. The system requirements to install the Android Studio. First of all, the OS. We can install it on Microsoft Windows 7, 8, 10, 11, but remember, if you want to use Android emulator as well, you have to provide 64-bit Windows. On Mac OS 10.10 or higher, up to 10.14, and on different versions of Linux it can be installed as well. And the hardware that we need for Android Studio is first of all 4GB minimum RAM or 8GB RAM recommended, but in my opinion it's better to have at least 8GB RAM, because definitely beside Android Studio we have to open maybe some browser pages or some other applications, and we need CPU Intel Core i5 better than 8400 3 GHz, but I'm using AMD CPU Ryzen 7 myself, and it works like a charm. Then we need free digital storage, 2 GB of available digital storage minimum and 4 GB recommended. But remember that all the time Android Studio has some updates, so if you have enough space to install it, you should consider this, that you should provide some free spaces for the future updates as well. Okay, the next thing that we need to write the codes and build an application is an emulator, which we are testing the application on it. The compiler checks the codes for us and after that the IDE will build the application for us, and we have to check an application somewhere to see if everything is fit in the screen and all of the widgets are working or not. So we need at least one physical device. Why? Because there are a lot of sensors in the mobile phones that we cannot, let's say, practically check them with the digital devices. And digital devices, I mean the virtual machines. We have a lot of different versions of virtual machines, but the AVD Android virtual device, which is released by Google, is recommended, and I think this is the best. Where to download Android Studio? There is a website named developers.android.com. This website is provided by Google company and is the main reference for all Android developers. Any type of question and any information about the syntaxes, code languages, and all of the updates that are provided by Google regarding to Android app development are available in this website, and you can check it for all of these purposes. Also, in the page developers.android.com/studio, you can find the compatible version with your system and download it and install it. Now let's open Android Studio. I would like to say that during the explanation of Android Studio, you may see some tabs and buttons that I'm not gonna talk about them right now because it will be tons of useless informations for now. During the course, whenever we need them, I'm gonna explain them. So let's go. By pressing this button, you can make a new project. By this button, you can open an existing project. This tab shows you the recent projects, and these are the projects that I was working on them. And here you can customize the Android Studio, for example, having light mode or dark mode, the font, and some other things. And that's enough for here. Let's open our new project. Okay, here you should choose the target device. For example, it can be phone and tablet, wearable devices like smartwatch, Android TV, or the devices that we are installing on the cars. Then I'm gonna check empty activity and pressing next. Here in the first tab, you can write the name of the application. I'm gonna name it Hello World. In the second tab, you can choose the package name. Here, by default, will be example when you're opening the first project, but you can rename it as I did. And in the third tab, you can browse the location that you want to store the project there. And the next tab is to choose the language, Java or Kotlin. I'm gonna choose Kotlin here. And the last tab shows us the different versions of Android, and I'm gonna use this one. So it means that all of the devices that have Android version 8.0 and higher can use this application. As it's written here, your app will run on approximately 82.7% of all Android devices. Then press finish and boom, congratulations, you built your first project. But remember, it takes a couple of minutes to build the whole project for you, and whenever you are installing Android Studio and opening the first project for the first time, it may take several minutes and you should be patient. The first build takes more time. Here I have a toolbar. I'm gonna open it here, and whenever it's finished, the app is built completely and is ready to start working with it. It's still syncing and analyzing here. How about the build is successful here? Okay. Here I have two files. The one of them is main activity.kt and the other one is activity_main.xml. This is the Kotlin file of the main activity of the application, and we are writing Kotlin codes inside it to do any function, any activity, anything that I want. So in this one we will design the interface of the application, and as you see here, it has option to see the design or see the codes in XML language. By writing these codes, we will see this screen, and you can split the page to see both of them at the same time. Okay, you may ask, what is an activity? Keep this question in your mind and I will answer it within 2 minutes. Here is the packages of our project. The whole project is stored in the app folder. I will open it and I will begin from the first folder to explain it to you. The first folder is manifest folder. We can find Android manifest.xml file inside it. Let me open it. There are some codes here in, of course, XML language. Let's see what is manifest and what are these codes. I have here the app manifest overview page of developer.android.com website that I told you in the last video. It's provided by Google and you can find the answer of all of your questions regarding to Android in this website. The developer.android.com website says every app project must have an Android manifest.xml file with precisely that name. You cannot change this name at the root of the project source set. The manifest file describes essential information about your app to the Android build tools, the Android operating system, and the Google Play. So we have some information inside this file that providing some information to the part of Android Studio that builds the application for us, which means Android build tools, and for the OS of Android itself, and also when we are publishing the app into the Play Store, there are some informations inside the manifest file for the website Google Play. What are these informations? First of all, the components of the app, which include all activities, services, broadcast receivers, and content providers. Let's see what are these components. Here, activities. They dictate the UI and handle the user interaction to the smartphone screen. Let me give you an example. This is the Instagram application in the Play Store website. We have some photos here. This is the main page of the Instagram application. When you are opening the Instagram, you're gonna see this page. This page is one activity, and for example, if you press this camera button, this page, which is connected to your camera, will be open, and this one is another activity. When you are pressing this button, you will be going to the direct messages page, which is this page, and this is another activity as well. By pressing this arrow, you will go back to the main activity. So this activity is parent of this activity. Now let me explain what is an activity. Here in the Android Studio, we saw that we have two files. One of them is the interface of the activity, and the other one is the file that we are writing the code to make all of these buttons functional. So each page of your application is an activity, and it has two main parts. One of them is the user interface, and the other one is the basic codes that makes the application functional. Okay, let's see what is the next component. The services. They handle background processing associated with an application. Let me give you an example. Consider you are writing a text, and at the same time you are listening to music by your phone. The music uses the service. It can be played in the background without having interfere with the other applications. So playing music uses a service. And also, for example, at the night you are setting an alarm for the morning, and you are going to bed, and in the morning the phone automatically will be playing the alarm for you. This one is a service as well. The next thing is the broadcast receivers. They handle communication between Android operation system and the applications, and the content providers. They handle data and database management issues. So these are clear. Let's go back to the definition of manifest. Okay, the first part was information about all of these components of the application. The next thing that we have inside the manifest file is the permissions that the app needs in order to access protected parts of the system or other apps. In the first part, I said we have some information for Google Play inside this manifest file. Let's go back to the Play Store, and I'm going down. Here we have the permissions. View the details. Permissions of Instagram application is your contacts, device ID, location, camera, microphone, storage, Wi-Fi, SMS, photos, phone. All of these things are the permissions that we should give to the Instagram application to work functional. And in the manifest file of the Instagram application, all of the permissions are mentioned. So this was the next part, and the last part is the hardware and software features the app requires, which affects which devices can install the app from Google Play. So this one is also clear. Let's go back to the Android Studio in the manifest file. Every application has an icon. For example, again, let's go back here. This is the icon of Instagram. So the first thing that we have inside the manifest is the icon and the location of the icon of the application. This label is the name of the application. We named our application Hello World. And another type of the icon we need, and this is the address of the location of the icon here, and the style of the app, the theme of the app is here. And here before this application tag we can write the permissions that we need. Later on I will explain it where we need to get a permission in our applications. And between this activity tag and this activity tag we have all of the information that we need to have this main activity. And if we have another activity, here will be two other activity tags, and the data of the other activity will be stored here in this part. And if we have multiple activities, we have here more space and different tags of activity, and all of the data will be stored inside it. So which kind of data we have? First of all, the name of the activity, and the second thing that we have is here is written the category of the application the category of the activity, and for this main activity is the launcher activity. What does it mean? Let's go back to our example again. Here we have different pages of the Instagram page, but as I told you, this one is the first page. Whenever we are opening the application, always we see at the beginning this page. So this one is the launcher activity, and as I told you, by pressing this arrow we will go back to this page, and this is the parent of this activity. So consider we have another activity here, and the data of the activity are here. So here you can write inside this part that when you are pressing back, to which activity the application should go. And consider here we have the data about the direct messages page of the Instagram, and on the top we are writing the main activity, and whenever we are pressing the back button it goes to the main activity, and main activity is the launcher activity. Whenever we are opening the application we see this activity. Okay, that was everything about Android manifest file. It's enough for now, and let's go to the next folder. Here we have the Java folder. The location of main activity.kt file is inside this folder, and when we are building some more activities, all of these activities has these two parts as well, and the Kotlin files will be stored here one by one. And no matter the language of the main activity is Kotlin or Java, the name of this folder will remain Java. The next folder is the resources. First package is drawable. I was talking about the icon of the application, so here you see the background of the icon of the application is stored here, and these are the codes that are written to make this layout for us. What is the drawable? Let's go back to our example. You see these buttons here. These are the buttons, and each of them has its own shape, its own face. We call them vectors. All of these vectors, and like this, like this, like this, will be stored in this file, in the drawable. All of the photos and visual parts of the application, the vectors are stored in the drawable file. And whenever you want to use them inside the codes, you should give the address of the file which is inside the drawable. The next folder is the layout. This is the location of all of the layout files. I'm gonna close it, and by double click on it, it will be open again. So if we have some multiple activities, all of the layout files will be stored in this folder. The next one is mip map, and you saw that the address of the icon in the manifest file was here, @mipmap, and after the slash is the name of the file. So this is this file. I'm gonna click on it and you see it. This is the default icon photo of all of the applications that we are building in the Android Studio, and after that, if you want, you can change them. You may ask why we have several files with the same name. These are regarding to different screen size of the phones: HDPI, MDPI, X HDPI, double X HDPI, and triple X HDPI. I'm gonna open some of them and you see the difference between the sizes. That's it. Okay. The next package, the next folder is the values. First file is colors.xml. All of the colors that we are using in the application are located here. If you want to design the application by yourself and use different colors, you have to store the colors here, and later on, just like the icon file, you should tell the app that the location of this color is here inside this color file. For example, I'm gonna copy this line and paste it here. Then I want to have, for example, yellow color. I'm gonna call it yellow. Then I will click on this box and I'm gonna choose the yellow. I can choose my own yellow color, my favorite yellow, for example, and then here I have the yellow color as well. Or maybe you can search the code of the color that you want inside the Google, and after that write it here and name it any color that you want. The next file is strings. Here we have only one string now, and it's the app name. But let's go back to our example again. As you see here in this page, it's written here Instagram, stories, watch all, your story. All of this fixed words are one string, and these strings will be stored inside this string.xml resource file. Why we should store them here? So consider here in our example we have different pages. At any page that we want to call this string, we can write the location of the string and we can have it on the page that we are working. So if I want to have this Instagram label on top of all of our pages, all of the activities, I can store this Instagram inside the string file, and then by calling it I can show it everywhere that I want. Okay, and this one is the theme of the app. You will be familiar with this later, so don't worry, we will use it too much. And the last but not least is the Gradle file. All of the applications, all of the projects that we are building has this folder named Gradle. I'm not gonna go to the detail of this folder. I just will explain what is it and what is the duty of the Gradle. So consider you are writing a lot of codes in the different part of this project and building the application. Then you have to check it on like a physical device or a virtual machine. So the Gradle should take the data from all of the resources and the zip files and everywhere, all of the codes, the photos, the strings, the colors, and make an APK file based on the whole information that we gave, and we can install that APK file on a device to check it. So this is the duty of the Gradle. The Gradle builds the application out of the resources that we will give it. Some data are stored inside it. For example, the minimum Android version that we mentioned at the beginning when we want to build the project. We are telling the Gradle, so you should make a package that works on the Android version blah to the newest Android version that is available on the market, and some other informations that later on we will check them, change them, use them based on our need. In the third video, I told you the emulator has two parts, virtual machine and physical device. Here, this button is the device manager. Both physical device and the virtual machine are parts of this part of the Android Studio. For the physical device, when you are connecting your device to the computer, the device will appear here and you can use it. As you see, I have a Samsung phone with Android 8 that it will be API 26, and I'm using this device as the physical device to test my applications after designing them and checking them several times in the Android Studio virtual machine. I will install it finally on the physical device to see if everything is fit or not. Now let's go to the virtual machine. Create virtual device. First of all, you should choose the target, which kind of device it is. I'm choosing the phone, then the screen size. I'm choosing pixel X large because the size of the screen is like 5.5 inches. That is exactly the same with the physical device that I have, and it's better to compare these both devices together. So I prefer to have the same screen size. Then I'm gonna press next. Here I have the list of different Android versions, and each Android version that you want you can have on the virtual device. At this time that I'm recording this video, the latest Android version is this one, Tiramisu. If you want to have it, first of all you should download it, but I have already downloaded Android R and Android Oreo, Android 8, API 26. So I'm gonna make this virtual device because I want to have the same with my physical device, as I said. If you want to choose each of these Android versions, you are allowed, but first of all you should download, as I said. Then I'm gonna press next. Here you can name your virtual device any name you want, no matter, and it should be in portrait or landscape, no matter. Normally it will be on portrait, but in the design section, in the layout XML file, you can change it later on multiple times. So no matter which one you are choosing now, but by default is portrait, and I will leave it on portrait. Then I will press finish, and here our device. I'm gonna run it, so I will press this play. It may take some time because this is the first time. And here is our device. It's like a normal device, and you should wait until the building and boot of the system of the device will be finished. And here you have two buttons, as I said. You can change landscape or portrait, no matter. Volume buttons are here, the camera, and you can zoom back, home, and overview button are here. You see it's completely like a normal device. You have the menu here and some default applications are on it, YouTube, everything. You can give your Google ID on it and use it just like a normal telephone. Here we have some extra let's say options like location, cellular, battery, camera, phone, microphone, fingerprint, and during building applications, if you want to test some of them, you can use these options, but for now we don't need them. That was the building of the virtual machine. Now our virtual machine is ready. So let's install our project on it. As you remember, we had a layout here. So by default, the layout was designed in the project that we installed. Okay, it was the layout. A blank page that in the middle is written hello world. So on the physical device, and virtual machine, when we are installing the application, we should see this page. By pressing this button here, the application will be installed on the device. As I said, the Gradle will build the application, the APK file, and will install it on the device out of the resources that we gave to the project. So let me press this. Here I have the virtual device, and as I said, the Gradle will build the application for us, and it's ready. Here we have the Hello World application. Congratulations, you built your first application. So let me go back. Here is the icon of application I showed you on the previous video. Let me take it to the main screen of the device. Okay, do you remember the strings? Let's go to the strings. Here was the app name, and now you see here Hello World. And let me change it to maybe Hi World, and I will install again the application. You see here we have Hi World now, and the name of the application is changed to Hi World. Now you understand what is a string, and that's it. Welcome again, my friends. Activity lifecycle. When we are launching an activity, by running on create, on start, on resume functions, the activity will run. Then if the user go to another activity of the same application, the first activity will be paused by running on pause function. If the user comes back to the first activity, again on resume function will run, and the first activity will run again. In another case, the user may send the app to the background by pressing the home button. In this case, on pause and on stop function will run, and the activity will be stopped. Now we have three different scenarios. In first scenario, the user may open again the activity. In this scenario, on restart function will run, and later on start, and later on resume, and finally the activity will be running again. In the second scenario, the app will be closed automatically by the operation system. Whenever an application will stay for a long time in the background, the other applications with higher priority of using the RAM will be using the memory of the device, and the applications that for a long time stay into the background will be closed by the operation system automatically. In this case, we say the app process is killed. If the user opens again this activity after killing the process, the functions on create, on start, and on resume will be executed again, and the activity will be running finally. And in the last scenario, when we are forced closing the application, the function on destroy will run, and the app will go to shutdown. This is the whole diagram of the life cycle of an activity. Now let's go together to Android Studio to see them practically. Here is the main activity.kt, which is the Kotlin file that we are writing the Kotlin codes inside it. During the previous videos, I told you whenever we need something and we want to use something, I will explain that for you. Now today we are using this file, so I'm gonna explain it for you before showing you the life cycle of the activity. Here is the package name of the application, and this is the hello world application that we build it together. In this part we have imported libraries, and whenever we are using something, the particular library automatically will be added here, or we should add it here. Any activity is a class, and this is the name of the class. Main activity is written here, and is the extent of app-compat activity, which is defining to the class that you are playing a role of an activity for us. So whenever we are creating an empty activity, by default the function on create will be added to this. Then in this line is written set content view, and we are giving the address of activity underscore main, which is the layout file, as you may remember, and we will tell this class that your layout is this file. So let me show you again. R is short for resources package, layout is this folder layout, and activity underscore main is this file, and this one is our layout file, and it's here. So whenever we are running the application, the first function that will be running is the onCreate function, and anything we have here line by line will be executed. So here I'm gonna add one line to show us a short text on the screen, and we will notice that this function will be running. We call this line a toast. Okay, and you see the particular library is added here automatically. Simply this line says to the application, to the compiler, that show any text is written between these two quotation marks. It can be anything you want. You can write anything you want here. So whenever this function executed, this line will be displayed on the screen. Let me show you. onCreate. Okay, now I'm gonna add the other functions that I was talking about them in the first part of the video. The first one was on start the same. I'm gonna copy this line and paste it here. Just I will change the text. Now I'm gonna pause the video and add the other functions here, then I will continue. Okay, I have the whole functions that I were talking about them with the particular text which is connected to the name of the function. Now, whenever each of these function will be running, the toast of the function will be displayed on the application. So let me test it. On create, on start, on resume, and the application is running. The activity actually is running. So as I told you, the first three functions that will be running are on create, on start, and on resume. So I'm gonna send the activity to the background. On pause and on stop are running. Then I'm gonna open it again on restart and on start, on resume. And now I'm gonna close the app on pause, on stop, on destroy, and the app is shut down now. So that was the whole life cycle of an activity. I hope it goes. Okay, let's build a new project with an empty activity. The language Kotlin, and that's it. In the previous video, I told you whenever we are opening an activity, the first function that will be executed is onCreate. So after setting the layout file to the Kotlin file, all of the codes that we are writing here will be executed automatically. So I'm gonna write the toast here. Toast dot make text. Now the autofill service of the Android Studio tells us we need three different parameters. First of all, the context of the application, then the body text, which can be a simple text that I can write it here, or I can make a local variable and put the body of the text that I want to show on the screen inside the variable, or here resource ID integer. It can be a resource file. Here inside the string file I can build such value inside the string file and mention here the address of the file. Then the last thing is the duration of the toast that I want to be shown on the screen. For example, a long time or a short time. So I'm gonna pass the context by writing this, and this mentions that the main activity is the context of the application now, comma, then it is a toast. Then the duration, toast that either length short or long. I'm gonna select short for now, then I will change it to show you the other one. Then dot show. By default, the toast is invisible. To make it visible, we are writing this .show. Now let me test the application. It is a toast. Okay, let me change the duration. Long. It's clear that for a longer time it was on the screen. Now let me build a value here. I'm gonna duplicate this line and change the name of the value to toast name, and toast text. Then let me delete this and r dot string dot toast name, which is the address of this value. Let's test it again. Toast text. Exactly the thing that I wrote here will be shown on the screen. Now value text equal to it is a text. I can write here text, then I'm gonna test it again, and this text should be shown on the screen. It is a test. Okay, now let's change the position of the toast. Let me run it again. By default, the toast message will be displayed horizontally in the center and vertically in the bottom of the page. So if I want to bring it to the center, or maybe somewhere here or somewhere here, we should give the values manually. I'm gonna name it toast. I don't need this for now. Toast dot set gravity. Then the autofill service tells us that first of all we need the gravity, the type of the gravity, then the x offset, and then the y offset. So gravity dot, here we can use this tree: center vertical or center horizontal. I'm gonna choose center vertical, comma, I don't want to use any offset for now, 0 0. let me check it. Dot show. I'm gonna test it. Okay. I said that horizontally by default is in the center, and now vertically as well is in the center. If I want to change the position, for example, to somewhere maybe here, let me change one of these values. It went to the right, and the same here. Or maybe I can write here minus 500, and it will go to the top. Here we have it, or if I want to show it here, I can add a minus here as well. You can play with this amount and see the differences. Here in activity underscore main.xml, we can design the layout of the application. When we created the Hello World app, this text appeared here. I'm gonna delete it for now. Here I have the palette. The most common widgets are here, and here we have some categories. Anything related to the text you can find here, different kind of buttons, layouts, and everything. Anything related to Google, and so on. I'm gonna drag and drop a button here into the middle of the screen. Then let me show you here. We have a layout. It's called constraint layout inside to the file activity underscore main.xml, and now our button is inside this layout. I have an error here, and the app tells me, actually the compiler tells me that you should connect the button to the layout to fix the position of the button into the application. I can do it like this, or maybe like this, or this, or this, or maybe let me go back again. By pressing this, automatically it will be doing for us, or again by right click on it and press this, or maybe this. All of them are the same. And if you want to customize the position of the button, you can click it, hold it, and take it to any place of the screen that you want. Let's have it here somewhere in the center. Here in the right side we have the attributes of the widgets. Different type of attributes are here. I'm gonna explain it to you, but the most important parts of the attributes, and these are common between all of the widgets, so later on we can use them to customize the other widgets as well. The first thing is the ID. I'm gonna call it btn underscore test. Then the next thing is the size of the button. Let me refactor it. Okay, as you see, the button is small in the center. Consider I want to have a bigger button. I can give the size here, either match with the parent or wrap content. Sorry. I didn't click the button. Here, match to the constraint, like the width, and the height also can be like that. And now we have a very big button, and it covers the whole screen, and anywhere I click, I'm clicking on this button. Let me take it back to the first size, or if you want, you can give custom size, for example 200 dp. I'm gonna give a random size, and this is the size that I want. Or maybe I'm gonna put it on the mesh constraint again, and as you see, it's stick to the edge of the screen, which is the constraint layout. If I want to have some space between the button and to the screen, I can give the margin. So this is the next thing, the next attribute that we can use, margin. I'm gonna search for it, then I'm gonna open different type of the margins are here. The margin start will give a space to the left side of the button, for example 25 dp, and here I have the space, and to the end will be the same, or maybe this time another number, 45, and I have the bigger space here into this side. Then the next thing that is important here is the visibility of the button. Is visible now, I can make it invisible, or maybe gone. By any purpose that we are using the button, we can set the visibility here. I'm not gonna explain this. Then the common attributes for the button. Here we have the style of the button. The elevation will bring the button into the front. Maybe it will jump a bit high, and the background of the button can be changed here. The text of the button can be changed here. For example, I'm gonna change the text to click me and change to this. I have another error here. Let's go to the text. As you see, here is written that there is no value into the string resources file related to the text of this button. As I told you, any kind of text that we have should be defined into the resources. So let me press this, and automatically it will define value into the string file for this. Click me here, you can see it. Let's go back, and the text changed to the @ string / click me, which is the address of this text. and here we have different things related to the text, like the font family, the size of the text, the style of the text, bold, italic, and any type we want, we can use it. You can use the font as well, any different type of the font that you want. Okay, and that's it for now. It's enough. Let's go back to the main activity.kotlin. Here, first of all, into the onCreate, I have to define the button. So I'm gonna create a value. I'm gonna name it click me again, find view by ID. What is the type of it? It's a button. What is the ID of it? R dot ID dot btn test. What is the meaning of this line? Simply, we are defining this button to the Kotlin file. The idea of the button was btn underscore text, test. Here is written, and it's located into the resources file package ID, and the type of it is a button, and the name of it is click me. Any name that you want, you can write here, no matter. Now I'm gonna use the function set onClick listener to this button. Click me dot set onClick listener. What does it mean? It means check all the time the button, and whenever somebody as the user click the button, execute any code that is written between these two brackets. I'm gonna write the toast here. The duration of it, and let's show. So simply, whenever we are clicking the button, this toast should be appear on the screen. Let me test the application. Here is the button click me, and I'm gonna click it, and you see btn test is clicked. This is the widget button, and the main usage of any button is to click on it and execute some code. And we are using set onClick listener for it, or maybe another common function is click me dot set on line click listener. I'm gonna copy this then long clicked. Okay, let me test that. By clicking, btn test is clicked, and by holding, btn test is long clicked. And another type of clicking and checking the button is available on Android system. During creating the layout, you can connect it to any function you want, just by using attribute on click. Here is it. Clicked. Okay, now let's go to the code and more actions. Create click.view in main activity. You see, we have it here. And now I'm gonna use again a toast. And btn clicked. I'm gonna comment this line. Here is our app. btn clicked, btn clicked, and the long click. So this is the different functions that we can use to check if the button is clicked or not. I build a new project with name TextView example. Let's go to activity underscore main.xml. By default, whenever we are creating a new project, we have a text view in the middle of the screen with text hello world. Let me open the emulator and see the application on the emulator. Here in the middle of the screen we have this text view, but this text view doesn't have any function. So that's one of the usage of a text view. We can use a text view as a label just to display something, nothing more. It can be any place in the screen, for example here, just to announce a text, show a text without any other function. Let's start with this. We have this text here. I want to change the text, so I'm gonna click on the widget, and here this is a text view, and I changed the text. Then let's a bit increase the text size, 32 SPs. That's better. Now I'm gonna test it again. Okay, this is a text view, and the text has changed. So if I want to display this text in the screen, that's it, enough for us. There is some other functions that are so common, and most of the time that we have a text view inside our application, we use one of these functions. Either we have to set the function to check if the user is clicking the text view or not. The second function can be checking if the user holding it or not. And another thing that we can use is to check the text that is written inside the text view and take the value of this text and put it in the string to use it somewhere else. The other one is to take a value from somewhere else and put it inside a string variable and then set that variable to our text view. I'm gonna show you all of this inside this video. First of all, we have to connect our text view to main activity.kt. For this, we need a unique ID, txt1. That's the ID that I set for this text view. Let's go to main activity.kt. txt1 equals to find view by ID, and the type of it is text view, and the name of it is r.id.txt1. This line is initializing the text view for the main activity.kt. It says simply that this txt1, which is here, is this txt1. If I want, I can write here txt52. No matter, anything that I want, I can name it, and that works. Now I'm gonna set the function onClickListener to our text view. txt52 dot set onClickListener. It's here. I want to set another text to our text view whenever we are clicking it, or maybe let me build a simple counter here. I need a variable. I'm gonna call it num equals to 0, and here num plus plus. I have a variable with name num. The value of it is 0, and whenever I'm clicking the text view, the value of our num will be plus plus, which means it will be +1, and the result will be put inside the num again. Now I want to show it on the screen. So again, txt dot text equals to a string value num is plus num. So it will be showing this for us. Num is and a space and the value of the num on the screen. Let's see it. Okay, this is a text view. I'm gonna click it, and num is 1. Click 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's it. This one was the set text function, simply. and anything I have here will be put inside the text view and will be shown on the screen, and you saw it. Now I'm gonna use the reverse function. Consider we have a text on the text view. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna show it in a toast message. Let's change this variable to a string. Now it's a string. Num equals to this, and I'm gonna delete everything here. Then I need one more thing, either dot toString that makes the value the amount of the text that we have inside the text view to type of a string, or I can write it in this way as a string. Both of them are the same, no matter which one you are using. Simply this line of code will take the text of the text view and will put it inside this num. Then I need a toast message that make this and num, or maybe num, then the duration of the toast long dot show. Now whenever I'm clicking on the text view, it should take the text of the text view, put it inside the num, and show it in the toast message below on the bottom of the screen. This is a text view, and I'm gonna click it, and this is a text view. The other thing that I can use, the other function, is online click listener. txt52 dot set on line click listener, and I'm gonna show another text, another toast. Control C and Control V to copy and paste it here, and instead of this num, I want to display long click. Let me test it again. This is a text view, and by clicking it, it will be this is a text view. But by long click. Hello and welcome again. I have created an empty project and named it edit text example. Let me start with an example. This is a login page of an application. As you see, I have two boxes here to write a username and password. These boxes are edit texts. So whenever we have something in our application, or we need something in our application to take a text from the user, we should use edit text. There are different types of edit text. For example, this edit text is used to take the username. So the input type of this edit text can be a name. And the input type of this edit text should be a password. By changing the input type in our edit text, the type of the keyboard automatically will be changed. For example, if I change the input type of this to numeric input type, the keyboard that will be open has only numbers inside it. And when it's the password, after typing each character, the character automatically will be changed to a dot. Let's go back to Android Studio. I'm gonna go to activity_main. For this project I need this, so I'm gonna relocate it to the top of the screen, and in the palette, in the text category, the first one is the text view, and the rest of them are different types of edit text. All of them are the same, only the input type of them are different. I'm gonna add some of them, then we will go together to the code and we will see the differences between them. This one is the plain text. The password, numeric password, email, and phone. I think these are enough, and you can check the rest later by yourself if you want. Okay, let's go to the code. The first one that I add is this one. The input type is text person name. Exactly the same edit text that we used in this application to write the username. The next one is text password. Next one, number password. Next one, email address. Next one, phone. As you see, everything is the same completely, only the type of it, the input type, is different. We have a text here, and it will be shown here. Technically, we don't use the text inside the edit text, but we need a hint. The hint is the same as the text, but with a lower opacity, just to help the user to know what should write inside the text view. I'm gonna copy this line and paste it into the others as well. And this one is the password. I'm gonna change it to password. For this one, numeric password, and as you see, it will be changed here automatically. And for this one, email, and for the last one, phone. Now let's check it on emulator. Okay, for the name I have a normal keyboard, and this will redirect the user to the next edit text. For the password, when I'm typing, automatically it will be to the dot, and this one again will redirect to the next one. This one is numeric password, so the keyboard has only the numbers. And to the next one, email address has this symbol to make writing the email address to the user easier. And this one, phone number, we have plus here to have the international phone numbers. It's just like 00. And here in the last edit text it changed to the check mark, and when I'm pressing, filling the form is completed. Now let's go back again and let me change the input type of the first one to another thing. The input type multi-line text. What is a multi-line text? Whenever we are using an edit text to give the option to the user to write a long note, we need a multi-line edit text. Let me check it on the emulator. Now this button has changed to the enter, and by pressing it, it will go to the next line, and I can write anything I want. So these are the different types of edit text. Now let's see how we can use an edit text and take the text and show it somewhere or store it. I'm gonna keep the first one as a multi-line, and I keep this one, the edit text, to show the text that we are writing here inside the edit text. Let me increase the size of it, the text size. Okay, that's okay. And I'm gonna drag and drop a button here. So I'm gonna create an application, and whenever I'm pressing the button, anything that is written inside the edit text will be taken and will be put inside a variable, and then it will be shown inside this text view. For this I need 3 unique IDs for each of this. txt1 and this one, edt, and this one is button. Okay, that's good. Let's go back to main activity.kt. I should initialize the widgets here. The type of is this one is edit text, text view and I'm gonna duplicate this line. Edit text with the name EDT. But I'm gonna set the function set on click listener to the button, and simply by this function, whenever we are pressing the button, we will take the text of the edit text and put it inside the text view. For this I need a variable. I'm gonna call it str, short for a string, and then that's equal to edit text dot text dot toString. So by this line, when I'm pressing the button, the text of the edit text will be taken and will be put inside this string variable. Now txt1 dot text dot equals to str, and in the second line the text of the edit text, which was inside this variable, will be set to the text view. Let's check it together. As you see, the text of the edit text is showing here inside the text view. Okay, that's it. Here I have a text view and I don't need it. I'm gonna delete it. Then I'm gonna drag and drop an image view here. Immediately a window will be opened. I'm gonna check this avatar as the source of the image view. Okay. For different purposes, we may use an image view. First of all, the main purpose and the most simple purpose is to use an image view as a banner to show a fixed photo. For this, we need to set a photo on our image view. We can do it here in activity_main. Here you can search for foreground, and here by clicking on this you can select the image. But before that, remember that you have to add, or let's say copy and paste an image into the drawable folder. Here I add this photo, which is my logo, into the drawable photo, and here for the foreground I'm gonna choose it, and it will be set onto the image view. But remember, if you have a big image like that, it won't be fixed onto the screen, so you will not be able to see it onto the screen of the emulator. For this, you have to decrease a bit the size of the image view. Here I'm gonna set 200 dp for the width and for the height of my text, my image view, and I think it will be good. Now let's check it on emulator. Okay, as you see, we have the image view into the middle of the screen and the logo is fixed to it. So consider now we don't have this image here set onto the image view, and we want to dynamically set different photos during the using the application, and we don't know which photo the user will be set onto the image view. For this purpose, we have four main ways to set a photo through the Kotlin codes onto our image view. I'm gonna add a button here. If you don't know how to use a button, I'm gonna put the link of a video about the button on top of the screen, and you can stop the video, watch that first, and then come back here. I'm gonna call this button set image. Okay, I want to build an application, and whenever I'm clicking on the set image button, this image will be set on this, and before that there is no image set on the image view and it will be empty. So in the screen we will see only the button. Let me check it. Okay, as you see, there is only button and there is no function for this button. Let's go to main activity.kt. Here, first of all, we have to initialize our image view and our button. Okay, there is four main ways to do it. I'm gonna add set on click listener this function for the button, and by this, whenever we are pressing the button, the code that we are writing between these two curly braces will be executed. The most simple way is this: image.setImage resource, and then we have to give the address of the image, which is resources.drawable and dot the name of the image. Let's check it. Okay, we have empty screen, and now I'm gonna press on set image. As you see, the image will be appearing here. This is the most simple way to set an image. Whenever we have the fixed image into the Laravel, we can use this. The other type is to convert the image to a bitmap and then set the bitmap onto image view. When we use this, when we want to use an image from the external memory of the phone, or maybe using the camera and capturing the photo and then set it on image view, we can use this way. For this purpose, we need to build a value, call it bitmap, and then bitmap factory dot decode resources, and this represents the main activity, and you see when I'm clicking on it, the main activity will be glowing. Dot resources, and again we have to write the address of the image that we want to make it a bitmap, like convert it to a bitmap, and here is the address of the image. Okay, let's check it together. Set image, and the image will be set. So for this purpose, as you see, I build a bitmap and then I set the bitmap here into this line of code, image view dot set image bitmap, and the bitmap is this one. Okay, the next way is to use set image drawable. For this, we need to set image drawable, then we need a drawable, and we have to convert the address of the image into the drawable. For this, we need context compact and get drawable, then again application context, which is equal into this, and r.drawable.logo. Now let's check it again on the emulator. Again set image, and the image will be set. And the last way that we can use is to use a URI, which is the address of the image, and it can be either the address of the image inside the packages and folders of the application or into the memory. And this is a good way to use the photos from the memory, the external storage of the phone or any device that you are using this application on it. For this, we have to build a URI, value URI, and then the URI will be converting the string type, which is the address of the image, into the URI by this parse. So this is Android resource, and here is the package of the application, and I copy it from here, then slash drawable, which is this folder, then slash the name of the photo that I want to set on image view here. Then I have to call the URI here in this line of code, and whenever I'm checking the application on the emulator, it will be working. So that was the 4 main type of setting an image onto an image view. If you find in this video, together we will build this application, and in this application, by pressing the next button, The next images will appear onto the image view, and by pressing the back, the previous images will be displayed. If you are ready, let's get started. Okay, I have created a new project and named it Review App number 1. I have an empty activity, and that's it. Let's start with the designing the layout. Let's use this for our project. So I need an image view here, and I'm gonna set a padding on the layout. I think 10 dp is enough. Then this one can be here. I'm gonna set the height of the image view to maybe 200 dp, and later we will change it if it was necessary. Then I have the text view. I'm gonna add it somewhere here. That's cool. And maybe a bit more. The text of the text view 0 out of 0 for now. Then we may change. Then I need 2 buttons. The other button. Okay. Here. For this one, the second button also maybe $50 from the left, and this one I'm gonna set $50 as well. So that's good. Okay, I assume that you know how to use buttons, text view, and image view. But if you don't know, I'm gonna put the link of these videos and let's say the link of the whole playlist of the course on top of this video right now here, and you can click on it, watch that videos related to button, text view, and image view, and come back. And also I'm gonna mention them in the description below, and you can find them there. So if you don't know how to use them, stop this video, watch those videos first, and come back here again. I think that's a good layout for this video. Just let's change the name of the buttons and the IDs as well, and it will be okay. Next, and back. The ID btn underscore next, and btn underscore back. The text view and the image view are good. So let's go back to main activity.kt. First of all, I need some images to display on the image view. For this, I'm gonna open the drawable folder. I'm gonna add these photos. Just copy, and here I'm gonna paste them. Okay. Now I have the pictures. If I want, I can double click on them and watch them. I named them like E number 1 to E number 6 in order to use them easily. First of all, let's initialize the widgets that we will use in the app. So sorry, I need it to be capital. Text view. Okay. Now we need an array to store the IDs of the images inside it. I'm gonna call it IDs and with the type of array integer equals to array of Okay, r dot id dot r dot draw e number 1, and I need 2, 3, okay, comma, and here e2, comma, e3, comma, e4, e5, and e6. That's it. And here we have the photos. Then I need another variable. I'm gonna call it counter equals to 0 for now. Then I'm gonna build another variable, and I'm gonna call it len, which is equal to IDs dot size. Okay, now let's check the application on the emulator. Okay, there is no function for the buttons, and the text view and image view are empty. Let's set the first image of the array to the image view as the default image. For this, I'm gonna call the image view and set the image resource. Then here either I can type the address of the image view, which is r.reliable.evan, or write the IDs and the first integer of the integer array will be this. Now let's check it on the emulator. Okay, the image is set, but still no function for the buttons and nothing here. Then I need to write the value for the text view. I'm gonna call it dot text equals to first of all the counter backslash, then the length. Now let's check it again. Okay, now it's image number 0 out of 6. It's a bit silly, so let's add another variable here and call it current image. I'm gonna call it equals to counter plus 1, and let's check it. Sorry, I should change it here as well. Now it will be okay. Okay, number 1 out of 6. Now let's set the function set and click listener for the buttons, and for this I'm gonna call the button next dot set and click listener, and then button back dot set and click listener. Okay, I'm gonna copy this line and paste it here. Then here I need the counter, and here I should increment the counter because the counter is by default 0, and then when we press the next button, the counter will be ++ and will be at the first time +1. Then the ID number 1, which is image named E2, will be set on the image view. Then again I should call this line, sorry, to set the text view as well, and I should increment the current image as well. Now let's check it. I think everything is good. Okay, number 1 out of 6 by default, then number 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, but no function for the back button. I'm gonna copy all of them and paste them here, but instead of ++, -, and here as well. Now let's check it again. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 6. That's it. But something is wrong. When I press after this image 6 out of 6, the next again, the counter will be ++, and the counter will be larger than the number of the size of the array, and it will be larger than this length. And in the next line that we are setting the image resource, there is no value with counter 7, and the app will crash. The same for the other side. When I'm pressing the back button until the amount of the counter will be 1, if I press it one more time, the amount of counter will be negative, and there is no negative value for the array, and the app will crash. Let's see. That's it. And in the logcat is written length equal to 6, index equal to -1, and in the line 49 the error will occur, and the app will crash. The same if I install it again, for the next button will happen. After image number 6, if I press it again, the app will crash. I'm gonna close it, and here in the logcat, let's see, the length is 6 and the index is 6, and line number 42 is the error. So we should set something to check the amount of the counter. After the image number 6, we want to make a loop to show again the number 1. So before set the image, we should check if the counter is larger or equal the length the counter will be equal to 0 again. Now let's check it. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and we have the loop, but this one also should be okay. Let's put it in the curly brace, and here the current image also should be equal to 0. Now let's check it again. Number 1 2 3 4 5 6, and again number 1 2 3 4 5 6. But for the minus side, still we have that problem. I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. So whenever we are pressing the back button, and the counter will be minus minus, and it will be less than 0, so the condition will be like that: less than 0, the counter should be equal to length and minus 1. Why minus 1? Because the length, the size will be 6, but the number of the IDs will be started from the 0. So this one is 0 1 2 3 4 5, and we want to call this, so it will be the size of the array, which is 6 minus 1, it will be 5. And this one should start from 7, because here we will decrement it, then we will display it. So here the result should be 6, and let's check it. X 6 and back to 1. Okay, again 6. So it works like a charm. Okay, that's everything for this video. For this, I build a new application and I called it radio button example. Here into the activity underscore main, I have a text view. I'm gonna delete it, and I'm gonna add a radio button here. Exactly. Okay, radio button 1, and the text could be radio button 1 as well. Okay, let's see it on the emulator. Radio button 1, and there is no function for this. Let's go to main activity.kt. First of all, I should initialize the radio button, so I need a value. I'm gonna call it rdb1, short for radio button, equals to find view by id. The type of it is radio button, and the ID of it is r dot id dot radio button 1. Now I'm gonna check if the radio button is checked or not, and I'm gonna add a toast to show us it's checked. So rdb1 dot set on check change listener. Okay, here I have a boolean named is checked. So whenever somebody is checking the radio button, the value of this boolean will be true. I'm gonna use this. If is checked, that means if the value of this boolean is true, do this for me. Show a toast for me. If you don't know how to use the toast, I have a great video about the toast in my channel. I'm gonna put the link of this video on top right corner of the screen, and you can click on it and watch it. rdb1 checked. Okay, now I'm gonna check it again on emulator. By checking, the toast will appear. Okay, now I cannot uncheck it. So if I want to test it again, I have to reinstall the application, and again rdb1 is checked. Okay, so let's go back to the layout, and I'm gonna add another one here to show you something. Then I'm gonna call it radio button number 2, and the name of it, the text of it will be radio button 2 again, and I'm gonna connect it to the first one. Let's go back. I should initialize it. I'm gonna copy the first radio button datas and just change the names. Okay, and I'm gonna copy this and paste it here for the second one as well. And again I'm gonna change the names, and here as well the second one. Okay, now let's check it. Now I have two radio buttons. Whenever I'm checking the first one, the radio button 1 is checked, and for the second one, the radio button 2 is checked. As you see, both of them are checked, and I cannot uncheck any of them. If I want to make a condition that at the same time the user be able to click and choose only one of them, I should use radio group. Okay, let's go to activity underscore main, and here I have the radio group. So I'm gonna drag and drop it here, and the idea of it can be radio underscore group, and I'm gonna connect it to the other radio buttons. Okay, I'm not gonna delete the first two radio buttons because I'm gonna keep the whole codes and put them into the GitHub for you as a source. So I'm gonna add two radio buttons into the radio group here, and let's do it through the codes and you can see how we can do this. So I have a radio group here, and I need a tag. I can write radio group, and between these two tags I can add my radio buttons. I'm gonna copy one of these radio buttons and paste it here, and again I'm gonna paste it here, and now I'm gonna change the names and the IDs. So it will be radio button number 3, and the text can be radio button number 3 as well, and here number 4 and number 4. Let's go back to design. It doesn't look good, so I think okay, I'm gonna delete this line and this line, and it will be okay. Okay, I have two radio buttons here, number 3 and number 4. Now let's go back to the code. First of all, I should initialize the radio group as well. I'm gonna call it rdgp equals to find view by ID. The type of it is a radio group, and r.id.radio group 2. Now I'm gonna use the same function for this rdgp dot set and check change listener, but I'm gonna choose this one, the second one, group and checked ID, because I want to know which radio button out of the whole group is checked. Then I can write if the checked ID equals to r.id dot radio group number 3, show me a toast, and I'm gonna copy one of these toasts, but I should change the name. Radio button 3 is checked, and again I'm gonna copy and paste this line with changing radio button 4, and here as well radio button 4. So simply this function will check the ID of the radio button that is checked, and will compare it with to the IDs here, and if it was equal to this ID it will show this toast, and if it was equal to this ID it will display this one, the second toast. Let's check it. Okay, I have radio button number 3 and 4 here, and radio button number 3 is checked, and by pressing number 4 radio button number 4 is checked, and at the same time the first one will be automatically unchecked. Again, I'm gonna do it, and for multiple times I can do this, but for these two that were two single radio buttons, we couldn't do it like automatically, and at the same time both of them are checked. In this video I'm gonna talk about checkbox. Here into layout design section, into the palette buttons, you can find the checkbox. I'm gonna drag and drop a checkbox here into the middle of the page, and I'm gonna change the ID to checkbox, and I don't need this text view. I'm gonna delete it. I'm gonna connect the checkbox to the layout, and that's it. For those who don't know how to use the checkbox and what to use the checkbox, I'm gonna explain it a bit for you. Let me zoom in, and okay, here you can see the checkbox. Any checkbox has two parts. First of all, the box that can be checked or unchecked, and the text that will give the information to the user that what is the content of the checkbox, what are you checking or unchecking. For example, consider you want to give the option to confirm something or deny something, so you should write here confirm, for example, and if the user check it, that means that the user confirmed it. Okay, let's go to main activity.kt to use it. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. So if you want to change the text of the checkbox, you can write anything here. For example, confirm, and that's it. Permanently it will be changed to confirm. And let's go back here. First of all, I should initialize the checkbox. I need a name. I'm gonna name it checkbox equals to find view by ID. The type of it is a checkbox and r.id.checkbox. That's it. So here I'm gonna connect a function to our checkbox to check if the state of the checkbox is changed between check or uncheck or not. So I'm gonna call it and call set on check change listener, and I think this one, the second one, is good. Yeah, button view and it's checked. First of all, I'm gonna set a text to our checkbox whenever somebody is clicking our checkbox and changing the state. So we can check it like that. The state has changed. I'm gonna check it on the emulator. Okay, we have a checkbox here. Name of it is confirm, and whenever I'm clicking on it, the state will be changed and the text will be changed to the state has changed. Okay, now we want to check if the state is checked or the state is unchecked. We have a boolean here by default named is checked. Whenever the state of the checkbox is checked, this boolean will be true, and whenever it's unchecked, this boolean will be false. So I'm gonna write here if is checked, which means if the value of this boolean is true, set this text checked into the text box for me, and let me test it on emulator. Okay, it's now confirmed, and when I'm checking, it will be changed to checked. Now I'm gonna duplicate this line by pressing Ctrl or Command D, and here I'm gonna add this, and that means this line, this part means if the value of this boolean is false, which means the box is unchecked, right here as the text of the checkbox unchecked. Now let's see it again. Okay, that's not fair. Check, unchecked, check, unchecked. Okay. We need to add a toggle button from the palette and from the buttons categories. Then I'm gonna connect this toggle button to the constraints, and we will use this text view as well, so I'm gonna keep it here into the screen. And of course, if you don't know how to use a text view, I have a good video about it, and you can click on the link top here somewhere and open that video and watch it. So let me increase a bit the text size of the text view. I think that's enough. Now let's add a new button, a normal button here, just to compare toggle button with the normal button. For those who don't know how to use button, I'm gonna put the link of the video about button here and to the top of the screen, and you can click on it and watch this video to be familiar with the button. Let's see this on emulator without writing any code regarding to this. Okay, I have one toggle button here and one button here. As you see, when I'm pressing the button, there is no change, but the toggle button has two states: either it's off or on. So the differences between these two type of button is this. In reality, we use the buttons to ring the bells, and as long as we are pressing the button, the bell will ring. But we are using the toggle buttons to switch on or off the lights in our houses. Okay, now let's go back and write codes to use the toggle button. I don't need this button, so I'm gonna delete it. and the ID of this toggle button is toggle button, and the text view is text view. So that's it. Let me go to Kotlin file. First of all, as always, we have to initialize the widgets. I'm gonna call the toggle button TGL equals to find the view by IDs, and the type of it is a toggle button, and the address of its ID is here, resources.id.toggle button. Then I'm gonna call the text view txt, and again find view by ID, text view type, and r.id.text view. Okay, now I'm gonna set the function set on click listener for the toggle button, and here I'm gonna check the states of the toggle button, either it's on or off. So if the toggle button dot text equals to on, do something for me, and if again equals to off, do something else for me. So what to do? Here I want to change the color of the text view based on the toggle button. So txt dot set text color, and here I can write color dot maybe blue, and for the state of off, txt dot set text color dot maybe green. Okay, now let's test it. Okay, it's on, and the hello world is blue as I mentioned here, and it's off, and the hello world will be green. Okay, my friends, that was everything about toggle buttons. Okay, let's go to activity underscore main to the codes, and here I will add a time picker with this wrap content and height wrap content, and let's do the rest into the design section. As you see, it looks like analog clock, so I don't like this view. I prefer to have a digital version. For this, I'm gonna write here mode, and here I have time picker mode. I have two options, either on clock version, which will be this one, or the spinner and by choosing the spinner it will be changing to the digital view. Now I'm gonna connect it to the constraint. Okay, in this project I will show in a real time the time of the time picker in this text view. First of all, if you don't know how to use the text view, I have a video, so I'm gonna put the link of this video here onto the top of the page, and you can watch that and then come back to this video. Let's increase a bit the text size of the text view to be more visible. That's good, I think. Okay, now we need two unique IDs for the time picker and the text view. Okay, let's go back to the Kotlin. First of all, as always, I'm gonna initialize the variables for time picker. Okay, I'm gonna call it tp dot equals to find view by id, the type time picker, and the name dot id dot time picker. I'm gonna duplicate this line by pressing Ctrl D, and text view, the type text view again, and id text view. Okay, let's call the time picker and set the function set on time change listener to take the time of the time picker. I'm gonna use the second one. Okay, here I have two values, and automatically after any time that we are changing the time of the time picker, the hour of the time picker will be located into this value, and the minute will be located into this value. So by taking these two and displaying on the text view, we can see the time of the time picker. So txt dot text equal to dollar hour of day double dot and dollar minute. Now let's check it on emulator. Okay, you see real time when I'm changing the time of the time picker, it will be displayed on the text view. But here I have the AM PM mode, but here into the text view I have the 24 hours type. So if you want to change this to AM PM mode, I will write some codes here to do this, and you can use this code if it's necessary for your project. First of all, I have to mention that these two values are the value type, so these are fixed and I cannot reassign them again. That's why I need to build a variable, and I'm gonna call it hour and equal to hour of day. Then I need a variable, a string type, and I'm gonna call it format. For now it's empty. Then I have to check if the hour is larger or equal to 12. Change the format to PM, and again, if the hour is not equal to 12, hour will be minus equal 12. Okay, and then else format will be equal to AM. Then here I have to change this to hour, and then I need the format. Okay, let me explain this code for you. As you see here, when the time is on AM, and it will be showing 7:25 for example, and when the number will be greater than 12, we want to subtract 12 digits from this, and it will be 3 PM. So I'm gonna do it here, but what is this line? If the time is 12, it will be showing here 12:25. If I comment this line, this will be 0:25. So we don't have this time, 0:25 PM. That's why I wrote this line, to avoid doing this. Now let's check it on emulator. Okay, 2 PM, 1 PM, 12 PM, 11 AM, and that's good. Now we can add something more to this code. As you see here, 3:8 PM. But here we have 08, and here we can have also 03. So I think it will look better if we add 2 zeros here. So for this we have to check if the digits are greater than 9, or maybe smaller than 10. Then we have to add the 0 to them. For this I'm gonna write these codes. Outside of the onCreate, I'm gonna build a function and call it add 0. I need a variable here, the type integer, and the type of our function is a string itself. Then return if the num is smaller or equal to 9 and show a 0, then dollar number. Else the number itself should be changing to the string and will be shown. Okay, now we have to add this function into this text. For this we need to write the name of the function as 0, and we have to send this hour here as the integer, then the process will be done on it and the result will be returned. And for this double dot, I'm gonna put it in the double quotation with a space in the right side and a space into the left side. The same for the minute. Again, add 0. And for the format, I need this here and one space before it. Then here I need a plus. Here I need a plus, and also here at the end. Okay, let's check it on emulator. Okay, 04:45 p.m. and okay, 08:02 p.m. Okay, that was everything about time picker. Let's go to the codes and add a date picker. Wrap content, and that's it. Let's connect it to the constraint and here as well. Okay, I'm going to keep this text view and use it here to display the date on it. So if you don't know how to use a text view, I have a video about it. I will put the link of this video here on top of the page and you can click on it to watch this video. Then I will add a button here, and also if you don't know how to use a button, I will put the link of the video about button here into the top of the page and you can see this video by clicking on the link. Okay. Okay, the idea of the date picker is date picker, and the idea of the text view is text view, and the text I set to date is not set, and the text of the button set date, and the ID of the button is button. But let me increase a bit the size of the text of the text view to make it more visible. 34 sp is a good size. 34 sp. Okay, let's see it without writing any code into the emulator. Okay, I have a date picker here. I can click on the days of the calendar, or changing the months, or choosing a year. Then I have two ways to display the date into this text view. First of all, we can set the date on the date picker, then pressing the set date, and it will be displayed on the text view. And the second way is to monitor the date picker, and real time, after any time that the user changed the date or one of the factors of the date, automatically it will be displayed on the text view. I will show you both ways, but first I will start with using the button to set the date. Okay, let's go to the Kotlin code. First of all, I'm gonna initialize the variables. Okay, date picker was to find view by ID with the type of date picker and with the address of r.id dot date picker. Then button equals to find view by ID with the type of button and the same dot ID dot button. And I'm gonna duplicate this line by pressing Ctrl D to make it faster. Text view with the type of text view and the ID of text view. Okay, first of all, we need to assign the function setOnClickListener for the button. Then we need three variables. First of all, the year, then month, and then day. Okay, then I have to assign date picker dot year. Simply with this line of the code, the year of the date picker will be taken and will be located into this variable, and then date picker dot month the same for the month, and the same for the day of month. Then the text view dot text equals to date is dollar year backslash dollar month and backslash dollar day. Okay, let's check it on emulator. By default, the date of today is set on the date picker. By pressing the set date, it will be displayed here. Date is this. And if I change it to any other date and even the month and the year, after setting the set date, it will be displayed here. 6th of March 2021. Okay, as you see, by changing the date without pressing the button, nothing will happen, but after pressing the button, the date will be set. Now I will show you the second way, which was monitoring the date picker and showing the date set by the user in the real time in the text view. Okay, let's do it. For this, we have to monitor the date picker by function set on date change listener. The second one has 3 variables by default, and I will choose it: the year, the month of year, and the day of month. Then I have to use the text view again here, dot text and equals to date change to again dollar year slash dollar month of year and backslash dollar day of month. And that's it. Let's check it on emulator. As you see, real time, without pressing the button, the date will be changed. Date changed to this or this, or let's choose the day from the previous month, or maybe change the year, and automatically it will be changed. Or still this button is functional, and if I press it, it will be changed to this text that I set here. Okay, that was everything about the date picker, and if you find any value in this video, please remember to give me a thumbs up and share it with your friends. If you are new in my channel, please remember to subscribe the channel and hit the bell button to be aware about new videos. If you have any question and comment, please write it into the comment section below, and I will be so happy to answer to your questions. Thank you very much. We are using intent to move between activities. Mainly we have two types of intents, explicit intent and implicit intent. We are using explicit intent to move between activities of a single application, and we are using implicit intent to move from activity of one application to the activity of another application. For example, if I want to share a text from my own application by email or something, or if I want to go to gallery to choose a photo and bring it to my own application, I have to use implicit intent. Let's start with the explicit intent. For this, let's go to activity_main. I will use this text view. If you don't know how to use the text view, you can click on this link and see the video about the text view. I will change the text of the text view to first activity, and the text size of the text view to 34 sp, and I need two buttons. The first one for explicit and the second one for implicit intents. If you don't know how to use button, click on this link and you can see the video about the button. I will rename the ID of the first button to button 1, and I will change the text of the button to explicit. Okay, the second button with the ID button 2 and the text of implicit. That's good. Now I want to go to the package that's holding main activity. Right click on it, press new, and activity and empty activity to create another activity. Let's call it second activity. I think it's better to change the first letter to capital letter as well. And finish. Okay, let's go to layout of the second activity. Here I just need a text view to show that we are in the second activity. Just I will change the text of it to second activity. And the size of the text to 34 sp as well. Okay, let's go back to main activity.kt. First of all, I should initialize my buttons. Value button 1 equals to find view by ID, the type button, and the location r.id dot button 1. By pressing Ctrl or Command and D, I will duplicate this line of code for the second button. and here button 1 dot set on click listener. Okay, I want to write a code that checks the button, the first button, and whenever I'm pressing it, redirect me from the first activity to the second activity. So for this I need value. I'm gonna call it intent 1 equals to intent I will press Alt and enter. Then I need to represent from which activity I'm going to which activity. For this I will type this, which is represents this main activity. Then the second activity class. And now start activity, and I have to put this intent, which is holding the data, into this start activity, and when the compiler catches this line, will understand that should go to this activity from this one. Okay, let's check it on emulator. From first activity, I'm pressing explicit, and I'm going to second activity. Now when I'm pressing back, I will be back to the activity that I came from it. But if here I add finish, when I'm going to the second activity, the process of the first activity will be killed, the first activity will be destroyed, and in the second activity, when I'm pressing back button, the application will be closed. Let's check it. From first activity to second activity and pressing back, and the whole application is closed. Now let's do the same for the for implicit intent. I need to connect button 1 to the function set on click listener to check the user if pressing it or not, and I need value intent the second equals to intent, but this time I don't know which application the user will choose, so I should give the option to the user to choose the application that the user wants from list of applications that we have in the device. So I don't know this, and I should write intent dot action sent, and this line will open a list of activities for the user. Now I have to explain what I want to send from this application to the other applications. For this, I'm gonna call the intent, then put extra, and simply I will put something into the intent. Again, intent, oh sorry, dot extra underscore text. Then I have to write what is the text that I want to send. Here either I can write something, for example simple text, or I can build a value and put this text inside it, no matter. Again, I need to explain what is the type of the data that I sending. So I'm pressing intent, the second type, equals to a string we need, so text backslash plain. Line by line I put some data into intent, and now I'm putting this intent, which is the holder of my data, into the start activity again. Okay, let's test it. It doesn't work, something is wrong. Oh, okay, here button 2. Let's test it again. Implicit, and here is the list of the applications that can hold the text. I can select Gmail, okay, so it's not registered, I cannot use it. Something else, messages, new message, and here I'm gonna add a number. And here is my text, simple text, exactly the thing that I wrote here, and I can send it to this number, for example. Okay, that's everything about intent for now. Later in the next video I will explain how to go from one activity to the other activity to bring some data with you to the first activity. So be with me in the next video for this great content. Thank you. In this application I chose different type of variables to show you how to send them. First of all, a name, which is a string type, then age, which is integer type, and a state of a checkbox, which is a boolean type. And by pressing this send data button, the data will be transferred to the second activity and it will be shown in this text view. If you are ready, let's get started. Okay, my friends, let's start with designing the activity layout. Here I have a text view, I don't need it. I'm deleting this text view. Then I need a plain text here as the name. If you don't know how to work with edit text, you can click on this link and watch video about it. I need another one, maybe this. And for the first one, the ID can be edt name. For the second one, the ID can be edt age, and I need a hint text here. So hint, I'm going to search it, and age. Then I need a checkbox, and if you don't know how to use the checkbox, you can click on this link and watch video about checkbox. Then I need a button. The ID of the checkbox can be checkbox, and the text maybe ch box test. Okay, if you don't know how to use the button, the same, you can click on this link and watch video about the button, and I'm going to change the ID of the button to button and the text of the button to send data. Now I think it's good. Let's open the emulator and check it on emulator. So we have everything here, and that's good. Now let's go to the project view, click on the package which is holder of the main activity, click on new, on activity, on empty activity to create another activity, and I'm going to call it second activity. Then finish. In the second activity, I need only a text view to show us the result of transferring data. If you don't know how to use the text view, you can click on this link and watch video about the text view. The ID can be text view, and let's just change a bit the text size. By default, the text size is 14 sp, and I'm going to change it maybe to 22 sp. It's better, and it will be better visible. So now we have to go back to main activity. Okay, first of all, we are starting with the widgets. We have to initialize them. Button send equals to find view by ID. The type is button, and The IDs are dot ID dot button. Then edit text, the name equals to find view by ID. Edit text and r dot id dot name. I'm going to press Ctrl D to duplicate the line with the age, and here age as well. I have a checkbox find view by ID. It's a checkbox, and r.id dot checkbox. Okay. Send. Why it's like that? Let's change the name. I don't like it. btn send. Dot set on click listener, and okay. By this function, when I'm clicking on the button send, we want to get all of the data from these three items and send them to the second activity. So I need a variable. I'm going to call it name equals to edt name dot text dot to string. I'm going to duplicate this line and calling it age. This time from this edit text, and for now that's enough. Let's check it and send this data to the second activity. Then we will go back and continue with the checkbox. Now we need an intent. If you don't know what is intent and how we can use it and why we are using an intent, you can click on this link and watch video about the intent. Then you can come back and watch the rest of this video. Equals to intent this to second activity okay. As you remember in the previous video, we wrote a start activity and passed the intent to this. These two lines are enough to go from the first activity to the second activity, but when we want to take some data from the first activity to the second activity, we have to put this data into this intent. So between these two lines, we have to write them intent dot put extra. So as you see, we have different types of variables. It can be integer, byte, character, long, float, short, double, boolean, bundle, string, integer array, byte array, an array of all of them, and a lot of different types of data can be sent from one activity to another activity by intent. Here between two brackets show that we need only two things. First of all, the name that should be in a string type, and the second part is the data that we want to send it. So put extra, and the key for the first one, I'm going to write the name, and the data should be this name. Okay, the same for the second one. The age is the key value, and the text of the edit text is the data that we want to send it to the second activity. Let me change them to 1 because we will not change them in the future. The type of age is integer, so here I forgot, I should write to integer to make it integer. And that's it for this activity. Let's go to the second activity. I have a text view here. I should initialize it, the txt result equals to find view by id, type text view, then r.id.text view. First of all, I have to make an intent here again equals to get intent. Then I need some variables again. Name equals to intent dot get a string extra, because the first one was a string, and I have to pass the key. Here the key was the name, so I'm passing the name exactly the same. Sorry. And for the second one, the age, which was an integer, intent dot get integer extra, the key was age with the capital letter, and as you see here I have an error, so I need two parameters. The second parameter is the default value, and it can be 0. Then the txt result that text equals to, now I have to put the value of these two variables into this text to show them into the screen. Okay, now everything is set. Let's check it on emulator. The name can be, for example, Alex. The age can be 20 and send data. Okay, collected data, name Alex, age 20. I have extra space here and I don't like it. That's it. And now let's go to the main activity again to do the same for the checkbox. Here, first of all, I need a boolean ch box state equals to false. Then here checkbox dot set on check change listener. Okay, if is checked, checkbox state equals to true, and if is not checked, checkbox state equals to false. Now I have to pass the state of the checkbox to the second activity. So here I'm doing the same. Intent dot put extra, and here I have the boolean type, so I can use this one. The name, I'm gonna call it a state, and I'm passing the name of the checkbox state. Let's go to the second activity. Here checkbox state equals to intent dot get boolean extra. Here, as you see, again for boolean we need two different parts. The first part is the name and the second part is the default value. So the name was a state and the default value can be false. And here again I have to mention it. State equals to checkbox state. Now let's check it. age 32 and the state is true, and I'm coming back and the state is false, and any different change that I'm making will be shown into the second activity properly. In this video I'm gonna show you how to go from the parent activity to the child activity and take some data with you. Here the data is a simple text, so just like that I'm going to type something here, and by pressing this the data will be shown in the first activity. Okay, if you are ready, let's get started. Okay, let me introduce you the layout that I've designed for this project. First of all, I built a project and I named it Intent Example Part 3 because this is the third video that I'm building about the intent. We have here in the first activity a layout constraint, and I have a text view here. If you don't know how to use a text view, you can click on this link and watch it. The idea of this text view is the text view, and the text of the text view is first activity. And for now I'm gonna using it as a banner to show us in which activity we are. Then when we came back from the second activity, we will display the data which we brought with us from the second activity to the first activity in this text view. Then I add a button here, and again, if you want to be more familiar with button, you can click on this link and watch video about the button. The idea of this button is btn_next, and the text of it is next activity, and we want to go by clicking on this button to the next activity. Here in the project view, in the package which is holding the main activity, I right clicked and pressed new, pressed activity, and pressed empty activity. Then I named it second activity and pressed finished, and I built this second activity here. This activity has second activity.kt file and activity_second XML layout. In the layout of the second activity, again I have a text view to show us in which activity we are. We have a button again to send the data from the second activity to the first activity, and I called it send data by ID btn_send, and I have added plain text and edit text here. If you don't know how to use an edit text, you can click on this link and watch video about it. It has hint word here, written data, and the idea of it is edt_data. Now let's go to main activity. First of all, as always, we have to initialize the variables. I have a text view and I want to display the text on it, so txt_salt equals to find view by ID, the type text view, the name r dot id dot text view 1. Then I have a button I'm gonna call it btn next equals to find view by id, the type button, and r dot id dot button next. It's here. Then I need function set on click listener for the button, because we want to press it and go to the second activity to take the data with us. As you watched in the previous videos, to go from one activity to another activity, we have to use intent. So if you don't know how to use intent, you can go to the description of this video and find the link of the whole playlist and watch the previous videos about intent. Then come back here. So I'm gonna build an intent equals to intent from this activity to second activity. Then, as you remember in the previous videos about intent, we used to write here a start activity and put the intent into the argument and start the next activity. But here we don't want to do this. We want to go from this activity to another activity to bring some data with us. So we need some more codes here. Here in the global scope, I'm going to make a variable and I'm calling it result text. Equals to, for now, empty quotation. Then we need to build a result contract to go from one activity to another activity. So I need a result contract. It's equal to register for activity result activity result contracts dot start activity for result, and then curly braces, and here we need a variable again and then we will check if it's empty or not, and we need an arrow. I'm pressing Alt Enter to import the library. Then here I'm going to write the result contract dot launch, and I'm going to put the intent here. Now that's enough to go from this activity to the second activity. Why we need this? We need this to put the data that we brought from the other activity in those. Then we will here display it on the text view. Now let's go to the second activity to write the codes here to transfer the data from the second activity to the first activity. Then we will come back again to the first activity to finish our codes. I'm going to copy these two lines from here because we need them. Then I'm pasting them here, but the button will be button send and button send here. Edit text and the ID EDT data. Again, set on click listener for the button, and here I'm going to write an intent again. From this activity, which is the second activity, I'm going to write this only, to the first activity. This is the important part, and we want to take the data and put it into the intent. Put extra, and I'm going to call it data as the key, and the value of it will be edt underscore data dot text dot toString dot then here we will set result activity dot result. Okay, and I'm going to pass the intent here. Then we have to finish this activity. Let's check what we have done till now on the emulator. Okay, we are in the first activity. I'm pressing the next activity, and now I'm here in the second activity. And when I'm writing here test data, by sending the data, we will go back to the first activity, and now this is the part that we have to take the data and display it here instead of this first activity text. Okay, what is this result? Okay, this is a kind of contract that we are writing between two activities to tell the first activity that you have some data and you have to open the data and show it. And if for example we are coming into the second activity and the user just press the back, this will be result cancelled. And if we want, based on our project, to show like a message or a warning to user, we can use result underscore cancel to the user. So let me go back to the main activity, and now here we have to open the data. First of all, we have to check if we have data or not. So if result, and the result that I've written here is this one, the variable that contains the data that we put in the intent in the second activity. First of all, we have to check if it has some data or not. So result code equals to activity dot result underscore okay. Exactly the thing that here we sent just beside the intent. We are checking it, and then if we have some data, the variable result text will be equal to result dot data, and again we will check if it has some data or not. Dot get a string extra, and then I have to pass the key value that I've written here, data. It can be any name that I want, but in both sides, in both activities, it should be the same. So I'm going to write data, and then dot to string. So by this line, simply I took the data from this variable which was holding the data, and we may send a lot of data at the same time. So for each data we need a key, and then I need this one, and I put it inside this result text. Now I have to display the text on the text view. So here I need to write txt underscore result equals to dot text equals to result text. I have to do some changes. I'm going to take it here. Okay, let's check it on emulator. Okay, we are in the first activity. I'm going to next activity. I'm writing here and send data, and as you see the data is here displayed. Again, some random text. It's like that. By this method you can take any kind of data from the second activity, from the child activity to the parent activity, and that's it for this video. In this video I'm gonna talk about view binding. Here in the activity underscore main, I have a text view as always, and if you don't know how to use text view, you can click on this link and watch video about the text view. I am going to set an ID for this. TV hello. That's a good ID, I think. Okay. Then let's go to main activity.kt. Here, before using any widget, we have to initialize it. We have three main ways to initialize the widgets. The easiest way, or the traditional way, let's say, is to write here late init variable and write a name here, txt for example hello, and mention the type of it, it's a text view. Then here in the on create we have to mention the name that we wrote here, and then dot equals to find view by id, or dot id dot and tv hello. Here is the id, and now we can, by mentioning this name, using this text view here. But this is an old way to do it, and nowadays in the newer version we have other ways. The next way that we had in the newer version was to use the Kotlin synthetics, and automatically it was added into the dependencies, and by just writing the name of the widget, the ID of the widget, like here TV hello, it was coming here and you could use it. And now, because of the null pointer exception and null safety, it deprecated and it doesn't work anymore. If you want, you can add the dependencies by yourself manually, but I don't recommend you to use it. The best way and the most simple way is to use view binding, and this is the newest version of initializing the widgets. For view binding, first of all, we have to go to build.gradle module. Between these two brackets in the Android field, you have to add build features. Then just right here, write view binding true. You shouldn't add anything between these two, just like equal or something. Just write view binding true, and then sync the app, and now it's ready to use. Okay. In the main activity.kt, we have to write private late init variable and binding, and the first line is the thing that you want. Then here before set content view we have to initialize the binding. So binding equals to activity main dot either inflate or binding. If we are after set content using and initializing the binding, we have to use this, the activity main binding dot build, and add the view. And before that we can use this and just write here layout inflator. And after initializing the binding we will not use anymore this type of code r.layout. So here we should use binding dot root for the activity, and for the widgets that we are using in application we can write binding dot, and here the list of the widgets will be appearing, text view. I can use it and I can do anything I want with this text view now. For example, I can add text equals to and I can install it on the emulator and we will see. As you see here, I changed the hello world to mkr developer by using view binding, and if I want I can add other things here. For example, I can add a button here if I want, and if you don't know how to use a button you can click on this link and watch video about the button. And the idea of the button btn test can be, and here there is no need to write anything more, just binding dot and it's here btn test, and I can use it just like this. I can add set on click listener to it and do anything, do whatever I want. So that was everything about view binding. In this video I'm gonna talk about web view. For this, let's go to the layout. I'm going to delete this and I'm going to add a web view here connecting to the constraint, and the ID can be web view. That's everything for the layout. Let's go to main activity.kt, initialize it. And then here web view dot load URL, and the type of URL is the string type, so you can just copy and paste the address of the website that you want between two quotation marks and it works just like this. And I've added my website here. But we need something more. We should go to the manifest file and here give the permission of internet to the application internet, and that's it. Let's test it. And here is my website and it works like a charm. And if you scroll down you can click on the links here and go to other websites as well by using this web view here. That's my Instagram and my YouTube, my GitHub, and that's it. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to build a menu option in two ways. First, the collapsible menu, and by using the vectors on top and the action bar. And whenever we are selecting one of the items, a toast message will be appearing here. So if you are ready, let's do it together. To add a menu on our project, we have 3 steps to do. First of all, we have to make a menu and add the items into the menu. Then we have to write the function to create the menu by code, and then we have to write the function to check which item out of all of the items of the menu is clicked. So for the first step, we have to go to resources package and right click on it, and new, and Android resource directory. And we should click on the menu because we need a menu, and okay. And on the menu directory, again right click, new, menu resource file, and you can name it anything you want, and I'm going to call it my underscore menu. Okay, now I have my menu here. So for this we need some vectors. I'm going to drawable folder, right click on it, new, and vector asset. I'm going to search for the setting, for example this one. Okay, and the color, yeah, that's a good color for this. Next, and finish. Now here in our menu, we have to write item, the ID for the first one can be setting, then icon, and then title, setting, and I'm going to close this. I can click on Ctrl D to duplicate this. And now we should go to main activity.kt. Now as the second step, we have to override the function to create our menu. So on create option menu, and here I can simply write menu inflator dot inflate. Then I have to give the address of our menu resource file dot my menu, and then I have to add this menu here again, then return true. Okay, and the third step is to override the function on option item selected to check which item is selected. And here simply we can write when expression, and it will check which item is selected. So item dot item ID, and then I will write here some code to show us a toast message based on the key that we are pressing. So I should write the IDs of our items setting and toast. If you don't know how to use toast message, you can click on this link and watch video about the toast message. I'm going to press Ctrl D to duplicate this line, then change the IDs. Yes. Okay, let's check it on emulator. Here is our menu, and by clicking on the items, the toast message will be showing here. Now let's check something else. So as you remember, we add some vectors here. Let's write something to show these vectors. Here we have show as action, and we have here 5 options. If we check the with text, the app will never use the vector and will show the text always. If we click this one, the collapse action view, and the item will always stay into the collapsible action view menu. If click never, it's the same like this, and if we click on always, it will show on top of the page by the vector always. And if we click on if room, if we have enough space on top of the page, it will be showing as the vector on top. So I'm going to click on if room, then Copy this line for all of them. And now let's check it on emulator. Okay, as you see, I have this item and this item on top here, and the rest in the collapsible menu. And as you see here, I have the delete and the add. If I'm changing the delete item to always, this one always be showing here. Let's see the difference. Okay, this is always here, and the other item that has if room will go to the collapsible. And that's it for this video. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to make alert dialog. I have a button here, I'm pressing it, and this alert dialog appears. It has 3 buttons: neutral, negative, and positive. By pressing each of them, the proper snack bar will appear here. And that's it. Okay, let's do it together. For this video, I set a button here into the middle of the screen. If you don't know how to use a button, you can click on this link and watch video about the button. And I set the name of the button to show alert and the ID btn alert. Here in main activity, I initialize the button with name of btn, and this is the ID, and I set the function set on click listener to the button. Here, to make alert dialog, I have to write material alert dialog builder dot I have to pass the context of the application. I'm going to write this, then set title, then set message, then set the buttons. First of all, I'm going to set the neutral button. Then you have to set a text for the title, for the name of the button. I can write maybe later, maybe cancel, anything I want. In this case, I'm writing cancel. Then I'm using lambda to set the on click to this button. Underscore, and the arrow, just like that. And here I have to set a snack bar dot make and the duration length short and dot show. Okay, I'm going to press Ctrl D to duplicate this and use it for the other buttons. Okay, here I'm going to change it to negative and no, and here yes, and yes for the positive button. And don't forget to write here at the end dot show. And now everything is ready to check it. Let's check it on emulator. Okay, this is our alert dialog. Cancel. No. And yes. That was everything for this video. Hello my friends and welcome to another video of my channel. In this video I'm gonna show you how to use vectors. For this I need an image view. I'm going to add it here. If you don't know how to use it, you can click on this link and watch the video about image view. I'm going to connect it to the constraint. Then here in the resources package, in the drawable package, we need the vector. I'm going to right click on the drawable, click on new, and here we have vector assets. Here, if I click on this button, a list of different vectors will be appearing here. The vectors has different type of categories. Here you can choose the category that you want. Action, for example, alert, any other thing. Depends on your application. And here you can choose the view of the vectors. For example, now it's on the field, and all of the vectors are filled by the color. Then I can click on the outline and it will be like this. Then round, the corners will be round, and sharp, the corners will be sharp, and two-tone, it will be filled with low opacity color in the vector. So I'm going to leave it on this, and I'm going to click on all, and it can be a good vector for our example. Then I'm going to click on OK. Here I can choose any color that I want. For example, a light blue is OK. Then I can change the name of it. Or maybe stop. Then clicking on next and finish, and it will be added here. I see underscore stop. If you double click on it, you can see the codes that should be written to make a vector. If you want, you can make your own vector. And here in the design you can see your vector. Okay, I'm going to the codes, the XML codes, and just I need to write background, and I should give the address of the vector here. Add sign, drawable, and it's here. I can choose it. And it will be appearing here. So but I think that the size of our image view is so small, so we cannot see it good. Let's see it on emulator, and yeah, it's so small. So here I'm going to change the width and the height of the image view to 200 dp and reinstall the application. And it's here, totally visible. Okay, that was everything about vector assets. Hello my friends and welcome back to new video. In this video I'm going to show you how to use VideoView. For this I've created a project and in the layout XML I add a video view and connect it to the constraint, and this is the layout. Let's go back to main activity. Here I initialize the video view, and for this video I need a media controller. I'm going to add a media controller here. And I'm going to pass the content of the application, context of the application here. Then we need to build a new package here in the resources file, and I'm going to call it raw, which is the folder that we can put our raw resources inside it. Then I have video. I should copy and paste it inside it, and that's my video. The next thing is the address of the video, the path of the video. So equals to URI dot, and here I have to write Android dot resource double backslash and dollar sign package name and backslash dollar sign curly brackets and r dot row dot name of the video. Then I have to set media controller, this one. I'm going to have it here, and then after setting the media controller to the video view, we need to set the address of the video and path of the video. Then request focus, and then video view dot start. Now let me check it on emulator. And this is our video. By clicking on the video, this media controller will be appearing, and you can control the video just like pause it and using this toolbar. Okay, that was everything about video view. In this video I'm going to show you how to use linear layout. When we are creating a new project, the constraint layout is automatically set as the main layout of the application. You may ask why we need to use another type of layout, because we can use constraint layout to do everything that we want. The answer is, whenever we want to create a uniform UI with multiple widgets, we need to organize them and linear layout can help us to organize them very easy. For example, consider I have 3 buttons and I want to organize them vertically in the same line. So by using constraint layout, I should first connect the first one, then connect the second one to the first one, and the third one to the second one, and the distance between the buttons will be different, so it will be a bit hard. But if I use linear layout, I can arrange them so easy. Here I have 2 types of linear layout. The first one is vertically and the second one is horizontal. I'm going to add the horizontal linear layout here, and I'm going to connect it to the constraint, and now the whole screen is my linear layout. Then if I add button inside it, when I have first button it will be like that, and with the second button both of buttons will be located just beside each other, and the third one and the fourth one, it will be like that. And if I right click on the layout and convert to vertical, the buttons will be located vertically beside each other. So let me give you an example to show you how we can use linear layout to create a uniform layout. Consider we want to build like simple calculator maybe. Let me delete this button, and this one I'm going to resize it to 75 dp. The second one the same, the third one the same, and the whole layout I'm going to change it to wrap content. Now it's like that. Then here let me split it to show you. I can add another linear layout here, and I'm going to cut this tag and paste it here. Then I'm going to hold Ctrl Alt L to fix the lines. Okay. Let's go back to the design. Here now I have a horizontal linear layout. I'm going to change it to the vertical, and now I have another linear layout containing 3 buttons, and if I copy this 3 times and paste it inside this, I can have like keypad of a calculator. So let me do it here in the codes. I'm going to close the tag of the linear layout, this one, and I'm going to press Ctrl D, and now as you see I have 2 times of this. and one more time. Now the only thing that I should change is the IDs of the layouts. So first linear layout is here, and then linear layout second, and third linear layout, and the name of the buttons just should be changed. It seems that I have two linear layouts with the same name, so I'm going to change it. Now I have one linear layout number 1, linear layout number 2, and linear layout number 3. And the buttons, all of them have the name of button 7 and so on. So I'm going to start with number 1, number 2, number 3, and then number 4, number 5, and number 6. And here I have 7 and 8 and 9. And now, as you see, I have a keypad by changing the text to 1 to 2 to 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9. Okay, here now I have a vertical layout, and this vertical layout contains 3 horizontal layout, and each horizontal layout contains 3 buttons, and just like this I can organize a uniform layout. Now if we want to relocate our keypad, we can do it easily by taking this main linear layout and moving it to any other place in the screen that we want. And as you see, these buttons are so close to each other and touching each other, so just I need to go into the codes and here add margin start and 5 dp and margin end again 5 dp, and you see that I have a small space between these two buttons, so I should copy these 2 lines and paste it for other buttons. And now you are seeing that we have a beautiful keypad, uniform, all of the buttons have the same size and all of the spaces are equal, and nothing can change the shape of our layout. And let me show it on the emulator as well. Yeah, That's our keypad here in the bottom of the screen. And that's it. That was everything about linear layout. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to use a Snackbar. A Snackbar has three different scenarios. First of all, a Snackbar normal to announce a text. Then the second scenario is to announce a text and get an action from the user, just like this. If I press this button, a toast message will be appearing here. And the third one will be a constant snack bar, which remains here and will not disappear until I'm pressing this button. Let's see how to build them. For this, I'm going to start with designing the layout. I don't need this text view, so I'm going to delete it. Then I'm going to the codes and I will change this to linear layout. And I will convert it to vertical. I need 3 buttons, 1, 2, and 3. Then I'm going to select the first button here. I'm going to add 35 dps margin for the button, and for the next one the same. Sorry. Then the IDs. And the text. Okay, and this linear layout, I'm going to give it an ID. Main layout. And that's it for the layout. Let's go to the codes. First of all, I'm going to initialize the widgets. Okay, so I'm going to set onClick listener to the btn1 to execute the snack bar, and it will be a simple snack bar. For this I have to write the snack bar dot make. And as you see here, I have some parts that I should cover them. First of all, a view, then the text, and the duration. So the view will be the linear layout, so main layout, comma, the text will be simple Snackbar, and again comma, then a Snackbar dot length short or length long or length indefinite. So for this I'm going to choose this one, then dot show. Now let's test it on the emulator. I'm clicking on the first button and this Snackbar will be appearing and it will be gone automatically, and the other buttons doesn't have any function. Okay, now the second scenario. I'm going to close this part and Control D to duplicate it. Then I'm going to change it to btn2 and the Snackbar. Just I'm going to change this text, the Snackbar with action. And now here before the show I have to write dot set action, and here I have to write the text that we want to show as the text of the button, the action button. So I'm going to write toast because we want to show a toast message, and I'm going to write here a toast message. So if you don't know how to use a toast message, you can click on this link and watch the video about the toast message. Make text, and here I will pass the context, then the text will be mkr developer, then the length toast dot length short, and then show. And now everything is ready to test it on the emulator. Now when I'm clicking on the second button, the action bar will appear and it has a button here. If I click on it, a toast message will appear with the text of mkr developer as I wanted. Now as you see, after a short while automatically the Snackbar will be disappeared. So here again I'm going to press Ctrl D to duplicate it and changing it to button 3, and I'm going to change the test to constant Snackbar, and again a toast, and here the length will be indefinite. Now let's execute it again, show it on the emulator, and here by pressing the third button a Snackbar will be appearing and it will stay here as long as the application is open or we are pressing the action button. It will not go, it will stay here until I'm pressing this, then the toast message will be appearing. And that was everything about Snackbar and its 3 different scenarios. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use a spinner. For this, I'm going to keep this text view to use it. If you don't know how to use a text view, you can click on this link and watch video about the text view. I'm going to set an ID to the text view. Short for text view result, and then here through the design section in the palette I'm going to search for a spinner. Then I can add it here and connect it to the constraints, and the IT can be a spinner, and that's it. And the text of the text view can be please select an item. Okay, let's go to the Kotlin file. Here we are going to initialize the variables. I have some steps to do. First of all, I have to create some items to show in my spinner. So I need an array of items. For this, I'm going to create this array. And I can add multiple items, no matter, based on your project. The second step is to create an adapter for the spinner. Then I have to pass the context as you see here, and I have some other items. Then the next thing will be the layout of the spinner. Layout dot simple simple spinner drop down item, and then I have to pass this array as the items of the spinner. So I'm going to write options, and that's it for this step. The next step is to connect the adapter to the spinner. So spinner dot set dot adapter equals to this adapter. The next step is to connect the function on item selected listener to the spinner. Then I have to create an object, and then adapter view, dot on item selected listener, the first one. Then I'm going to open and close the class, and this object has an error. I'm going to click on it, and here implement members. Then I'm going to click on both of them, select both of them, and okay. Now I have two methods here. First one on item selected, and the second one on nothing selected. So whenever the user still didn't select anything, we need to set text on the text view to tell the user to change to select an item. So text view result dot text equals to please select an item. And here we have some variables, and this one, the p2, is the position of the item that the user is selected, and after selecting the item by the user, the position which is the type of integer will be stored into the this variable. So we have to read this and then take the number which is equal to this from the array list and show it on the text view. For this I'm going to write text view dot text equals to you selected $, curly braces, options dot get and I'm going to pass the p2 here. Sorry, I should take this quotation mark here, and then dot to string. That's it. Let's check it on the emulator. Okay, here by default the item 1 is selected, and when I'm clicking on this, the spinner will be open, and each item that I'm selecting will be showed here immediately, and you see the result of the selection. Okay, that was everything about spinner. In this video I'm going to talk about floating action button. Let me give you an example. I have a notebook application here, and I have two different types of floating action button here with two different vectors in them. So if I'm pressing this, I will be redirected to another activity. By pressing this one, I can add my tasks, and okay, let me show you why we are using a floating action button. So as you see, I've added two more tasks, and whenever I'm scrolling down or up the task, this floating action button will stay always on the top. So that's why we are using a floating action button. Now let's go back to our application. Here I have a text view and I will keep it. And if you don't know how to use a text view, you can click on this link and watch a video about the text view. I will change the text of the text view and let me increase the size of the text view a bit. Oh, I think that's too much, maybe 24 and or maybe 30. That's good. Okay, now through the palette, through the button category, you can add a floating action button here. Then I will choose this avatar for now, and later we will delete it. Then we have to connect it to the constraint. I'm going to press this button and automatically it will be connected here. So here through the project view, inside the drawer folder, I'm going to press the right click and new and the vector asset to add a vector. If you don't know how to add a vector, you can click on this link and watch video about the vectors. I think it's a good vector for us, and I'm going to call it OK, and the black color is OK. Next and finish. This is my vector here. Okay, now let's go back to the codes, and here Android source, @ drawable, and here OK. And now you can see our vector here, and in the design you can see it here. Let me change the ID of the floating action button to FBTN, and that's enough. And okay, let's go to the Kotlin codes. So first of all, I'm going to initialize our button. Floating action button, and here are dot IDs dot FBTN. Text view, and here the ID is r.id text view, and here floating action button dot set on click listener, and the dot text equals to okay. And that's it. Let me check it on emulator. Now I'm going to press this, and this random text will be displaying in the text view. And that was everything about floating action button. In this video I will show you how to take a picture and display it on image view by using the camera. Just like this, I'm pressing this button, the camera will be open. I will take the picture, and the taken picture will be displayed in the image view. For this application, I've designed this layout. I have an image view here, and if you don't know how to use an image view, please click on this link and watch the video about the image view. And I have a button here, and again, if you don't know how to use a button, you can click on this link and watch the video about the button. Then come back here to watch the rest of this video. And in the code, I've initialized the button and the image view, and here the find views, and here I've connected the set on click listener function to my button. At the beginning, I need an intent. To open the camera. Media store dot action image capture, the first one. Then here in the global scope, I should create the contract. So value result contract equals to register for activity result, then activity result contracts, dot start activity for result, and curly braces. And here I need another variable for the result of our transaction between the activities. If you are not familiar with using intent and this result contract, I have created a video about it. Actually, it's a series. You can find it in my channel by name of intent, and the second intent and the third intent. And I will put the link of them in the description below and here on top. And you can watch that video in order to be familiar with result contract. So I will create a variable here, and activity result. Then I need an arrow, and here I will write the code in order to take the data from the second activity. Here, the result contract dot launch to open the camera, and I will pass the intent into this. Okay, let's check it on emulator and see what we have till now. This is our activity. I will click on this button. Okay, the camera will be open. I can take the picture and accept it, but nothing is showing here. So here I should check if this result now has a data or not. So result result code equals to activity dot result. Okay, and so if it's okay, it has a value inside it, then we will take that value and convert it to the bitmap, and then we will display it into our image view. So value bitmap equals to result, again if it's not empty, dot data dot extras dot get data, and this data, this string is a key string and it's a fixed value. We cannot change it for now as bitmap. Sorry, with capital B, bitmap. Now I stored the taken picture as a bitmap into this variable, and I can easily set it on my image view. Set image bitmap, then I should pass this bitmap here. So I will write bitmap, and that's it. Let's check it on the emulator. I will press the button. I will be redirected to the camera. I'm taking the picture, accept the picture, and that's it. My picture is displaying in this image view. And today I will show you how to create a media player from the scratch. Here I can press this button to play the song, pause it or stop it and play it again, or if I change the position of the Snackbar, the time duration of the song will be changed. So if you are ready, let's get started. To create a media player, I've designed this layout. I use 3 floating action buttons here to control the song. If you don't know how to use a floating action button, you can click on this link and watch the video about that. I recommend to do it. Pause this video, watch that video, and again come back here to watch the rest of this video. Then I have a Snackbar here, and finally I have an image view here as a banner, just to give a good looking design to this application. And if you don't know how to set an image to an image view, you can click on this link and watch video about the image view. Okay, I will slowly scroll down the codes, and you can pause it and copy the codes to create your own. And also I will put the link of the whole application, the codes, into the description below, and you can click on them and go to my GitHub and copy the codes entirely. Okay, let's go to Kotlin file. Here, before I start recording, I've done some stuff. For example, at the beginning I've created this folder, the raw folder resource, and I've stored two mp3 file here to check our media player and play these songs inside our media player. Then I initialized floating action buttons and the Snackbar, as you see here. Then I've created this function control song, which is here, and here I've connected the function set on click listener for floating action play, pause, and stop. Now let's write the code. At the beginning we need two variables here. First of all, private variable current song, which is equal to a mutable list of the songs, or dot raw dot song 1 and comma or dot raw dot bumper, which is the second song, and I will press Alt, Control and L to arrange the lines. Then here I will call this current song, but the room number 0. Okay. Later on, if you want to expand this application, you can use these two lines, store your other songs here inside this folder, and then write the address of them here just by writing comma and r.raw. That's the name of your song. You can store multiple songs inside this folder, and then any of them that you want to play, you can here write, for example, number 0, number 1, number 2, blah blah. For this video I will start with number 0, and at the end I will change it to number 1, which will be this song, to show you how we can change them. And by some lines of code you can change this application in a way that you can change the song by the user. Okay, the next variable that I need is a media player which is equal to null for now, and later we will put some stuff inside it. Okay, at the beginning we should play a song. So with floating action play, first of all I should check if my media player is null, which means we didn't set any song to our media player to be played, and then I should connect the song to the media player. So media player equals to media player dot create, and then I should pass the context of the application here, then the URI or the ID of the song file, and here I will write ID and I will explain it to you. Okay, this ID is that one, and it's integer type, and stored the address of the song inside it, and here I pass this address into this ID, so it simply means this song will be played, song number 1. Then here media player, and we will check if it's not empty, dot start. Okay, let me check it on the emulator. Now it should be playing the song. Okay, but I cannot pause it or stop it, and it will be playing till the end of the song. So let's continue with the other buttons. Here for the pause, again we should check if the media player has something or not. In this case we should check if it's not null, which means we have already connected a song to the media player. So media player dot pause. Now let's check it again. Now I can play it and pause it, but still the stop button doesn't work. Okay, now for the stop, again I should check the media player. Media player, it shouldn't be null, so we will check if it's not null. First of all, media player should be stopped. Then it should be reset, and then it should be released. And now still we have one thing to do. Again we should make the media player null to make it ready for the next time, and store again another song to this to play it. Okay, let's check it on the emulator again. Okay, I can play it, pause it, again play it, or stop it, and play it from the beginning. But as you see, our Snackbar doesn't work, so now we should write some code to make our Snackbar functional. Here, after this, I will call a function, and I will call it initialize the Snackbar, and I will click on it, and then click on this bulb, create function, initialize Snackbar, and here into the function. For now I will write only this Snackbar dot max equals to media player, if it's not empty, dot duration. Sorry, I made a mistake. Okay. Snackbar dot set on Snackbar change listener, and here I need an object, and Snackbar dot on Snackbar change listener, and sorry, and curly braces, and here I will close the parentheses, and by clicking on the object and click on this ball, I can click on implement methods, and I will click on all of them by holding control and press OK to have all of these methods. This one we don't need it, and this one also we don't need it, but this one we will use. I have some variables here, and whenever the name of this method is clear on progress change, so whenever the user will change the progress on the Snackbar, just like this, for example, changing the position of this means that on progress change. Two things will be happen. First of all, this boolean will be true, so I will rename it to user, which means the user touched the Snackbar, and then the time that the user chose will be stored into this integer. So I will change the name of it to progress. Now we use these two variables to connect it to our media player. So if user, which means if this variable, this boolean is true, our media player will be seek to this progress, this second. Okay. Now let's check it on the emulator again. Okay, it doesn't move still, but if you're changing this position, the playing time of this song will be changed. Okay, now we should write some codes to make it moving here in this initialize Snackbar. I should make a handler, then handler dot post delayed, and an object, runnable. and again I will click on this object and implement method. Okay, here into this function, the run, I should write try and Snackbar dot progress equals to media player. If it's not null, dot current position, and then handler dot post delay. Then I should pass the context and 1 second, which will be 1000 milliseconds, and here catch. Exception, and then Snackbar dot process dot equals to 0, and here comma before this parenthesis comma 0, and we don't need any delay here. That's it. Let's check it again on the emulator. Now our Snackbar works and it's moving, and if I change the position of the Snackbar, as you see, the playing time of the song will be changed. I will stop it and it will be reset. Again I will play it. I can pause it and play it again. Okay, we had two song files here. If I want to change it, I can write number 1 here and again check it on the emulator. And I have now another song here. Okay, that was everything about media player, and as you see, we have created a fully functional media player from the scratch. Okay, my friends, that was the Android app development course for beginners. I hope I could deliver my knowledge to you and this course was useful for you. Be with me in the channel for more content. If you haven't subscribed the channel, please remember to subscribe the channel and hit the bell button to be aware about new videos. I will be come back soon with the new videos. See you, bye bye.